Добрый день, я приветствую.
Afternoon and welcome everyone. The presenter of the Foreign Ministry of Russia. We have Russian and foreign journalists with us online. A regular weekly briefing will start with the schedule of Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. I'll remind you, we talked about it in detail during the previous briefing, and I'll tell you more about the schedule. On July 10th and 11th in Kuala Lumpur, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov will participate in regular meetings of the foreign ministries of the Association of Southeast Asian in the formats of Russia ASEAN, East Asia Summit and ASEAN Regional Forum. We'll publish more information about it on our website and in the official accounts in social networks. On the sidelines of the ASEAN events, the minister will have a number of meetings with his Asian counterparts. Sergei Lavrov on July 11th and 12th will visit the Korean People's and Democratic Republic with a visit to have negotiations within the second round of strategic dialogue at the level of foreign ministers. On July 14th and 15th, foreign minister will participate in the meeting of the Council of Foreign Ministers of Member States of Shanghai Cooperation Organization. This will be a key stage to the preparation to the SCO summit. It will take place on August 30th, September the 1st in the city of Tianjin. They will discuss the current state of affairs and prospects of the further development and advancement of the organization. Let's move to the relevant agenda. I would like to start with the terror attacks of the Kiev regime in Kursk and Rilsk. On July the 8th, when Russia celebrated a bright holiday, the day of family, love and fidelity, Ukrainian Nazis with limitless cruelty made two targeted drone attacks against the city beach in the city of Kursk. There were a lot of people with children there. They knew those Ukrainian neo-Nazis who they were going to strike. 3 men were killed, including a law enforcer. He helped to evacuate people from the beach during the second cynical attack. 7 people were wounded, including a 5-year-old boy. The same very day, Banderovets struck with drones the civilian facilities of the city of Rilsk. The building for communicable diseases unit of the Central Regional Hospital and ambulance building, 2 women were wounded. We express heartfelt condolences to the loved ones of those killed and wounded during this terrible terror attacks. We call on the sensible part of the international community who is capable to see the atrocities that the Kiev regime commits in its true colors. What those human rights structures are for if they don't see how beaches, city beaches are targetedly struck, killing people and children. The Western sponsors who supply Kiev with armaments must understand that they are directly responsible for terror against the Russian children, the elderly, women of our country, against the civilians. They are accomplices to the military crimes of the Zelensky regime. Now about the situation in Ukraine in general. Pushed by our forces on all the fronts, the Kiev regime, unable to do anything in the far front, the regime mired in shameless terrorist attacks against civilians and civilian facilities in Russia. Some 160 people were affected. 17 people were killed, more than 140 wounded, including 8 children. I'll give you only selected facts of the Ukrainian crimes. The Belgorod region on July 3rd and 4th, the drone attacks wounded at least 16 people, including 2 children. On July the 6th, on the Shebekino-Belgrade freeway, a drone attacked killed 1 man and 1 woman. On July the 7th, following a drone attack in the village of Borisovka, 3 people were wounded, including an 18-month-old child. The Bryansk region, on July the 3rd, the drone attack against a civilian car in the village of Alashki, 1 man was killed, 1 woman was wounded. The Kursk region, on July the 4th, following a drone dropping explosive on a car in the village of Rizhevka, 1 people was killed, 2 wounded. The Lipetsk region, on July the 3rd, the debris of the drone took down by the air defense system killed a 75-year-old woman. 2 civilians were wounded. Zaporozhskaya region, on July the 4th, a drone attack on the village of Konstantinovka wounded 3 people, including 2 children. On July the 7th, following the shelling in the city of Vasilievka, a 19-year-old young man was killed, at least 6 people wounded. The Kherson region, on July the 4th, the Ukrainian Nazis attacked with a drone the central regional hospital in the city of Alashki, destroying it. On July the 6th, they barbarically shelled against the building of the city hospital in the city of Novaya Kakhovka. The same very day, following the aggression of the Kiev regime, a 67-year-old woman was killed, a 61-year-old man was wounded. The Donetsk People's Republic, on July the 4th, Ukrainian Nazis struck with the HIMARS MLRS against Donetsk, killing 4 people and wounding 4 more people. The Lugansk People's Republic, following the terror attack organized by the Kiev Special Services on July the 3rd, the former mayor of the city, Manolis Pilavov, was killed. He was the mayor in 2014-2023. 3 people were wounded. In Moscow region, on July the 4th, the debris of the drones, Ukrainian drones, 2 people were wounded in the Sergeyev Posad region, the Rostov region. On July the 4th at night, in the village of Dolotnikov, following a drone falling on a house, 1 elderly woman was killed. The Russian courts continue to give sentences to Ukrainian neo-Nazis and mercenaries. Ukrainian militants received long sentences. Evgeny Kalashnik, 16 years. Vladimir Gorbatka, 16 years. Sergei Kopchuk, 16 years. Alexander Prokopenko, 16 years. Vladimir Popovich, 16 years. Andrei Milentiev, 15 years. Nikolai Tesla, 15 years. Georgy Mikusha, 15 years. Sergei Smolko, 13 years. 14 years of in prison in the absentia were given to Georgian mercenaries Georgy Gokoladze, Gela Radze, as well as the militant with dual Switzerland, Israel citizenship, Matola Avidoran. They are wanted internationally. The investigative committee of Russia established that on January 24th, 2024, the Russian plane was taken down with the crew, Russian officers accompanying 65 Ukrainian POWs. Those giving orders are wanted internationally. The decision of Washington to suspend military supplies to Ukraine during the reviews of Pentagon depots made the Kiev regime and its European sponsors seriously worried. The Foreign Minister Sibiga said that the presidential office of Ukraine is prepared to rent air defense systems in Europe. We talked about the diplomatic ways to settle the situation in Ukraine. However, the West continues the escalation policy. The European bureaucrats continue with mercenary escalation policy. They don't care about ordinary European people, and they are shamelessly draining pockets of ordinary people. And this money go for killing children and civilians. The German Chancellor Merz continues to be hypocritical and try to justify the supplies of the terrorist cruise missiles. During the interview to our ARD TV channel on July the 1st, he pointed out the technical sophistication of this type of armaments. He said that the training takes at least 6 months. He said that if Berlin doesn't supply the terrorists to the Ukrainian army, it will be used not by the German soldiers but Ukrainians. These words reveal the willing of the government of Merz to participate in deep strikes against Russia. The government in Sweden, to build up support to the Kiev neo-Nazis, decided to significantly cut down the humanitarian aid to the facilitation of international development to the poorest countries in the world. They told how democracy should be built so that people don't suffer. They're talking about human rights everywhere, but all that ceased in a second. They don't care about human rights. They don't care about people, especially those in need. They promised this aid. Those people expected this aid. So even this year, this ostensibly will help Stockholm to save some $177 million. As a result, the aid to the Kiev regime will reach $957 million in 2020-2025. Yet again, we would be able to understand that if they help those in need in Ukraine at the expense of those in need in Asia. So they help to build the country and to be fed. But this $1 billion will be used to kill as many people in Ukraine as possible. That's how they respect human rights. Reasons for such a generosity at the expense of those in need is cynical. They said that because the U.S. expanded the financing of the developing countries, Sweden won't be able to rectify the situation alone. That is already quite difficult. Ukraine remains a priority of the Swedish policy. In other words, Stockholm cares more about corrupt neo-Nazis in Ukraine than those poorest countries exploited by the West. However, overseas, they believe less and less in the success of the Ukrainian project. According to the Bloomberg, the American BlackRock company at the beginning of the year stopped looking for investors for investments into the Ukrainian Fund of Development. They plan to announce it during the conference on the restoration of Ukraine in Rome on July 10th and 11th. They want to rebuild Ukraine, but at the same time they want to give more money for lethal weapons that destroy and kill this country. The reason that they cited is the lack of interest amid the growing uncertainty about the future of the country. Earlier, they announced to attract some $500 million from the country's international development banks and other sponsors, as well as $2 billion from private investors. But we see that Americans who can evaluate investment risks decided to change their plans and not to invest into this pointless cost. It's not like we don't want to see Ukraine a prosperous, sustainable country. We not only want it, it is necessary for us, but we are well aware and understand that the militarization that is announced in the West is aimed not at building a stable, prosperous country in Ukraine, but to use it as a tool. As Foreign Minister of France recently said, Ukrainians ensure the Western, or probably only French, security. But I'll remind you, no one threatened them. Now about what is going on in the religious rights in Ukraine. On July the 2nd, Zelensky signed a decree to strip primate of the canonic Ukrainian Orthodox Church Metropolitan Onufry of his Ukrainian citizenship. And Zelensky is a person who declared the decommunization of the Ukrainian space. It turns out that the worst of the communist practices, the stripping people of rights to religious rights, to religion, to ideology and understanding of the world, takes place. It's the worst practice. Under the communist authorities, there were different things. Something was good, something was bad. But while Zelensky declares the decommunization in Ukraine and implement the worst practices, the pretext is the charges of the Ukrainian security service that he ostensibly, quote, continue to support the policy of the Russian Orthodox Church and its leadership and consciously counter the independence of the canonical Ukrainian Church from Moscow Patriarchate. He said that there's no room for people who oppose the Ukrainian independence in all its dimensions, including the spiritual independence in Ukraine. Then we should get rid of the Westerners there. It was them who made coup d'etats in Ukraine. They bribed Ukrainian officials. The West managed the Kiev regime, leaving people in Ukraine without democratic rights or freedoms. Zelensky and his clique of anti-church inquisitors, this community, so to say, they violate the religious freedoms in Ukraine. They strip Ukraine of the spiritual independence. They came up with this term as well to destroy this major religion in Ukraine with a shameful silence from the relevant international structures and majority of Western advocates of human rights. They resorted to another act of impunity to behead the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. They understand that it could be dangerous. On July the 2nd, the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine terminated the contract with the Ombudsman on Protection of the State Language, Taras Kremen. He said that he was willing to fulfill his duties, but he became such a notorious figure even for the modern Ukraine that the MPs of Ukraine dismissed him. Over the 5 years that he worked on this post, he gained a reputation of an ardent opponent of the Russian language. He supported the ban of speaking Russian during the breaks at schools, supported the cancellation of the studying of the Russian language, called on to get rid of the Russian titles of the populated areas in the countries, and he said, I quote, Ukraine is only for Ukrainians. By and large, he promoted openly neo-Nazi mottos. The number of school children who studied Russian went down by almost 600 times, from 455,000 to 768 people. The parents understand what this means. This means repressions. He is proud of complaints and reports on the violation of the language legislation. According to him, since the beginning of 2025, more than 1,000 complaints were filed. It's something like a fairy tale, but it is the modern Ukraine. The majority of the complaints took place in Kiev, 582, the Odessa, 178, the Kharkov, 171, Dnipropetrovsk, 138, and Kiev, 54 regions.
They're proud of it. Despite the efforts of this Sprachenführer, the people do not rush to start speaking Ukrainian. They continue to speak Russian. And the efforts to separate the residents of Ukraine into the right and the wrong ones, as he said it, on the basis of the language, does not contribute to the protection of the state language, but directly violates the Ukrainian constitution that says that there is a ban on discrimination. And it guarantees the protection of the Russian language that they have not annulled it yet. It just splits this society, encourages people to spy and to inform on each other, to hate each other. The media says that this inquisitor will be supplanted by actor and film producer Mr. Zavarsky, who was against forceful Ukrainization of the country. He said that one should not impose the language, one should create motivation to learn the language. Well, he sounds like a decent, adequate person, but do not be deceived. In the political establishment, it is often the case when the person does not hold an official post, but then when he comes to this post, he starts voicing non-sound judgments. Remember, when Zelensky was running for the president, he was also saying that one should keep one should not care about the Russian language, let people speak it, but then he promised to revise the language legislation. But then other legislation bills were adopted, including the bill on the complete secondary general education, on indigenous peoples, on national minorities or communities of Ukraine, on preschool education that codify the discrimination of the Russian language. So one should not harbor hopes that the marginalized position that Russian and Russian-speaking population found themselves in, that this will change. One should not harbor hopes for that. Now, on the alliance, or as they call it, unity, solidarity. On July 2nd, Polish President Andrzej Duda, that is going to leave the office, signed a law that designates July 11th the Day of Memory of the Poles. dedicated to victims of genocide by Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists and Ukrainian Insurgent Army. Let me remind you that these structures have been designated as extremist ones, and they are prohibited in the Russian Federation. We're talking about the crimes against Poles during the Second Polish Republic. Kiev rushed to call this step as a stab in the back. But they refused to acknowledge the evidence. Not everyone is ready to put up with the Ukrainian nationalism that is on the rise. In vain, well, the consequences for the junta can be way worse. Warsaw is decisive and ready to block the participation of Ukraine in NATO and the European Union before Bankova can settle this sensitive issue of the massacres of the Poles in Volhynia. The elected president, Karol Nawrocki, has made it clear. Amid this, it is symbolic that we saw media reports on July 2nd about neutralization of a gang of Ukrainians that abducted illegal immigrants and extorted money under threats of murder and organ trafficking. Well, it seems like Poles would not want to wait until they become victims of Ukrainians that they themselves cultivated. We saw a significant decrease of Poles that want to see Ukraine in the European Union. June survey counted them at 35%, and 2 years ago it was 85%. Well, see, this is almost a 2.5-fold increase. So less and decrease. And so less and less people want to see Ukraine in the European structures. Azov Brigade has been designated terroristic and is banned. The neo-Nazi ideology and propaganda of total militarization has been propagated. So Germany has been paid attention to that. Concern has been voiced on July 5th by German media Junge Welt. It is noted that Ukraine does not have any fields or sectors that are free from influence of Azov. Well, neo-Nazis conduct military feasts and concerts in the children's camp Azovets. They educate children to handle guns, and their youth organization Centuria instills minors with the mentality, with the emphasis on learning nationalist movement of Ukraine's. Know all about it. We see overwhelming presence of Azov insignia in the metro stations of Kiev as well, when toys are bought. Remember, Alexander Alferov is a big fan of Hitler, was put to the post of the head of Ukrainian Institute of National Memory. It is a phenomenal, and I quote it, phenomenal triumph of neo-Nazi movement. I think that wasn't just used for the sake of it, but this is a citation, a quote from a deep past. I'd like to add that from time to time we see videos on the net where Banderite oath ceremonies are being given. These are young participants of Ukrainian Hitlerjugend that are taking place in this. The whole West should stand accused of willful neglect of Azov and similar neo-Nazi units within the AFU. They should stand accused of financing the Kiev regime that has completely been filled with this ideology and is propagated this ideology. So who receives help in Ukraine? From whom? From Germany, for example, who uses the money of their own taxpayers. The answer is evident. They're helping contemporary Nazis whose ideological forebears were hanged according to the verdict of the Nuremberg tribunals. The aforementioned facts are just another example that special military operation is relevant. The operation to denazify and demilitarize Ukraine, and the goals of this operation will be accomplished. as per the leadership of Russia. Another topic that is connected to Ukraine, at the same time, it is connected to the topic of international organizations that should do something to prevent this dehumanization practices that is taking place on Ukrainian soil and to prevent it from taking bigger shape. Paris, July 6th to 15th. UNESCO World Heritage Committee. They will look at 3 properties from the World Heritage List. In 2023, they were inscribed in the list of objects under threat. What are we talking about? We're talking about the following properties: Kiev and related monastic buildings, Kiev-Pechersk Lavra, Lvov, the ensemble of the historic center, and the historic center of Odessa. It has become evident that the UNESCO Secretariat is biased in terms of the situation in Ukraine. Representatives and bureaucrats of this organization refuse to see the lawlessness in this country. Let me remind you that the memorials to the founder of Odessa, Catherine the Great, as well as Field Marshal Suvorov, have been dismantled, demolished by the Kiev regime, but Zelensky kept silence. Following this barbaric act, he commenced policies to conserve the heritage of Odessa, but it's nothing without those memorials. Maybe it was a connivance between the Secretariat of UNESCO and the Kiev regime. They said, well, just demolish these monuments under cover of night, which are directly connected with real founders of Odessa. Well, following that, I presume they said so in UNESCO Secretariat, we will codify this status without those monuments, and we will preserve that under the aegis of UNESCO. Draft decisions on these properties have been published on the official UNESCO web portal. They are framed in a politicized nature. It has nothing to do with culture or history whatsoever. The committee is proposed to voice regret of the full-scale invasion of Russia to Ukraine, as they formulated, and a serious concern with regard to the detriment that was inflicted upon the Cathedral of Sofia during the attack on Kiev on June 10, 2025. Haven't they noticed anything else at the UNESCO Secretariat? Have they noticed that churches that were burned down, the plundered monasteries, have they not noticed persecution of representatives of Ukraine, Ukrainian Orthodox Church in Ukraine? Have they not noticed what they have done to the church and to the monuments of great figures that do not separate between Russia and Ukraine? They declared war on them. Haven't they noticed all of those acts? Such wording runs counter to the practice that has been established in the committee to not cite the sides of the conflicts. Decisions on the countries that are engaged in hostilities are taken as a rule with the wording voices concern with regard to the conflict that is taking place. Because UNESCO is taking a different stance. If you want to talk about the countries, well, they should talk differently. They should should look at how Russia is preserving its cultural and historical properties on our new territories when they truly cherish all languages, of all ethnic groups. One should also look at the situation in Ukraine and compare these two situations where they just beat the Russian language out of Ukrainians. That's where you would need to name the countries, but it has nothing to do with the mandate of the Convention concerning the Protection of the World Cultural and Natural Heritage of 1972 and exceeds the authorities of the World Heritage Committee of UNESCO as its governing body. It contravenes the provisions of the Declaration of Principles to promote international solidarity and cooperation to preserve world heritage. It was adopted in 1972 during the 23rd session of the UNESCO General Assembly. We're talking about the need to preserve impartiality and to base the decisions of the World Heritage Committee of UNESCO, but the same abbreviation serves in the Russian language for the Club of Funny Guys and Girls. UNESCO, this committee should the decisions of the committee should be based on scientific notions and contribute to respectful dialogue and consensus. But the Secretariat has been stripped of those things. Mr. Rutte, NATO General Secretary. Let's look at recent statements of Mr. Rutte. He has voiced concerns regarding relations between Russia and China. They have stopped any learning and getting real educations. They just have fake documents and they're building their careers on Russophobia. But Rutte should know that neither Russia nor China is a part of his mandate. We're not part of this alliance. Rutte versus Russia and China, we don't have anything to do with Rutte. But we care for his words, because his words is just another testament that the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, whose secretariat he is heading, continues to conceive of the world as an arena of geopolitical confrontations to maintain its slipping global dominance of the collective West. Multipolarity, alternative centers, and mainstream centers of power and development, equitable and mutually respectful relations between states, all these things just lack in the mentality of contemporary NATO representatives. As far as the military cooperation between Moscow and Beijing goes, I'd like to dwell on this in detail. It is a truly important component of the Russian-Chinese comprehensive partnership and strategic cooperation in this new era. It contributes to ensuring security of our countries and to maintaining stability in key regions of the planet. When NATO representatives are talking about this so-called security that they should implement also through or via Ukraine, using Ukraine. But who was threatening you? Can you cite at least one document that was saying that somebody was threatening NATO? There are no statements like that. But when we are talking with the Chinese about our own security, we're talking about this knowing what we're talking about. We know the history. Because history shows that we have always been under attack. But we are using NATO documents, and our countries are cited there as potential adversaries of NATO. So I'd like to note the following. Our cooperation with China is implemented in strict compliance with the international law. It's absolutely transparent. It does not have a hidden agenda. It doesn't have anything to do with bloc or confrontation nature. It is not aimed against any third countries. We have close cooperation between the armed forces of Russia and China. It is based on deep trust. It has a special nature and unprecedentedly high level of interstate relations. It is not a union, but it exceeds the traditional nature of traditional alliance during the Cold War. That's why the notions of Secretary General Rutte that PRC's President Xi Jinping should or would call Russian President Vladimir Putin before attacking Taiwan, provokes our profound bewilderment and justified indignation. And of course, we are, wondering whether Mark Rutte is mentally healthy. Of course, we have concerns because of the mental state of General Secretary of NATO. What are we talking about? What kind of an attack if Taiwan is an integral part of China? Is that only our principal position? Not at all. This is our fundamental, unwavering position. As far as I know, all NATO countries recognize this fact. At the same time, they speculate on the admissibility of such manipulations. Verbal, linguistic, or mental manipulations. You name it. They constantly talk about Taiwan in separation from China. They speculate on the admissibility of violating the status quo between China mainland and Taiwan. They continue to sell arms to Taiwan to deploy military trainers and to test methods that have already been tested in Ukraine. Is it hypocrisy, double standards, or violation of international law? The idea to hold such talks between Russian and Chinese leaders reveals a deep misunderstanding of the essence of our strategic partnership on the part of NATO. Maybe they will stand aside from the statements of Rutte. Maybe, well, I don't know what will happen. That's a question to them. I'll remind you that Russia and China don't have any military bloc. We don't have any hierarchy. We preserve our sovereignty. We equitably and comprehensively cooperate. And we base our foreign policy decisions on our own nobody has any vote there on, general issues. Neither do they have any vote on issues that are so important for them. I'd like to underline that Russian-Chinese cooperation in military and technical areas is based around exclusively positive and constructive agenda. Confrontation is not part of our philosophy. Brussels continues to convince itself that Russia is a threat and China is a...
Это там фобии, у нас конструктив. Вот откуда исходят настоящие риски военной эскалации, показывают итоги недавно завершившегося саммита НАТО, на котором страны-члены, напомню, единогласно утвердили навязанное Вашингтоном решение поднять уровень военных расходов с нынешних 2% ВВП до 5% их ВВП. При этом уже сейчас их совокупные траты на оборону составляют почти $1,5 триллиона. Это, просто напомню, больше половины всех мировых расходов на эти нужды. Рюте, как известно, внес существенный вклад в продавливание этого обязательства среди европейцев, чтобы порадовать того, кого он назвал папочкой. Откуда будут браться эти средства?
And now I would like to turn to the methods of imposing democracy and continues to be imposed where it is needed. Of the Russian Federation finally got a solution on the Yale University issue. This is not because this is not a desirable institution, but because it's a hostile one acting against our country. The name of the School of International Relations on the door is hiding the idea of not preparing the global leaders, but professional.
Выпускников наши любимые персонажи из так называемого фонда борьбы с коррупцией. Помните, да, он признан экстремистским и запрещен в Российской Федерации. Те самые, кто с таким усердием применял полученные в Еле знания для организации хорошо оплачиваемой протестной активности в России, просто звериными методами действуя. Не могу не сказать и о том, что это так называемый гуманитарный университет активно участвует в юридическом обосновании грабежа. Пытается, как они говорят, законно, а мы, конечно, понимаем, что незаконно, украсть российские активы, замороженные, как они формулируют, а на самом деле заблокированные Западом, чтобы потом переправить их на финансирование киевского террористического режима. То есть налицо прямое соучастие в гибридной войне против России и прямое покрывательство грабежа. И это после вот всего, если после
Education as having dangerous results. The entry to the West is very difficult, if possible at all. And unlike this situation, Sweden colleagues can easily visit Russia, interview authorities, and show different events in our country, including large-scale events devoted to the 80th anniversary of the Great Patriotic War victory. Some Sweden journalists spread fake information that was ordered by the authorities on the increasing of nationalism and militarism in our country. Militarism, the term militarism, they use openly in NATO structures. They say that they should militarize their own economy, but this is for Sweden. Sweden is not worried about that. Sweden is worried about our country, and Sweden is trying to destroy relations with Russia. Interestingly, in the democratic country of Sweden, starting with September, the schools obliged the total defense subject in the education process, and will show them the will teach them information on NATO, and devoted some pages of the history books to the NATO history of Sweden. Interestingly, the collaboration part will it be noted in some museum in Sweden. Not mentioning the need of Stockholm to assume the obligation to increase military spending up to 5% from the GDP. In this context, we would like to wish our colleagues working in Sweden media to look at our country without Russophobic ideas. To have an objective view on our country and not promote fake information. Speaking of fake information, you remember we spoke about foreign agents, and from the 1st July 2025, Britain introduced schemes on registration of foreigners. It was done together with the law of 2023, and Russia is included in the special control territory. What does it mean in practice? It means that all legal and physical institutions in Britain will need to notify local Ministry of Internal Affairs on achieving with the Russian state of an agreement, which means that they should report on the contacts with the Russian party. The contacts shall be informed. The information on the contacts shall be registered in Britain. What can it lead to? Take into account the humanitarian, the liberal ideas of Britain. You should think that they will give a fine or something else, but no, they will go further, and it will be punished with the sentence, with the criminal court. The taking decision on criminalization of the activity as an activity within the certain mechanism, it will be considered by the British Special Services, and any cooperation with the representatives of Russia, with British citizens, organizations, or Russian citizens, or those who live in Russia, is an area of risk for British people. We are not talking about the political activity only, we are talking about any activity starting with the cultural and humanitarian products and finishing with the protocols, sport, educational activities. Once again, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the legal basis is not clear on this case. Nobody knows what are the consequences. Everything depends on how these contacts will be interpreted by the local British law enforcement agencies. And this, as you know, the interpretation opens unlimited field for violation for different types of violations. The idea supported by London of the Russian threat, even before the special military operation, the British people started spinning Russian hysteria, regularly introducing Russophobic provocations in the media space, like Skripal case, covering this with the preservation of the national security, and by this they actually control their own population in Britain. The authorities of Great Britain show Russia as an enemy in Britain to find justification of the hybrid aggression against our country for further filling Ukraine with weapons for attacks through their proxies and under foreign flags, trying to destabilize political situation and undermine civil order, and to inflict defeat on Russia. And they do this to resolve their own tasks, trying to explain their internal problems and their own errors by vicious actions of Moscow. The state of Britain is the state where the authorities have unlimited resources to control foreign and their own citizens, and they have a possibility to suppress rights and liberties of all people in an unlimited way. And the announcements of British authorities criticizing Russia and other states outside the golden million. You remember that these countries, especially our country and other countries, this law was introduced in response to a similar one that was in effect in other countries and worked against our citizens. But it is our countries, our people, our authorities who develop reciprocal measures as a response were criticized. Now Britain wants to stay silent, unlike British laws. Russian laws demand to declare political activity in the interest of the Western states. And here, in Britain, under the activity of the British scheme, there are different types of activities, from humanitarian, educational, sporting, political, and so on.
It is surprising. This narrative is forgotten. Use this again and apply it to yourself. The nature of these new mechanisms show that the fears of the current British authorities, who are afraid of their own population and not even of Russia, it cannot be qualified otherwise by the violation of the human rights commitments of London. This will lead to total control over the actions of people in Great Britain and to limitless impunity. As to the influence of this decision to the Russia-British relations, what is remained of it, this is another discriminatory barrier that confirms the aspiration of London to do everything possible to prevent normalization of relations with our country, given that the operation of the scheme will concern our compatriots living in Great Britain. This scheme also resembles metrics, given the fact that its activities will concern the Russian compatriots living in Great Britain. The Russian embassy in London published commentaries calling on to be cautious in cases that can be subject, can fall under this mechanism. On July the 1st, the Denmark started its presidency in the Council of Europe under the motto "Strong Europe in the Changing World." There's an open conflict in Europe. It's a wound that cannot be healed, and it's only getting worse. It's bleeding out, bleeding, and the Westerners and NATO members put more viruses and bacteria into this wound, but they want to make Europe stronger. They would like do it through total militarization. It's disastrous for European countries. This Ukrainian conflict is an existential meaning for them. This conflict should be settled, but they launched it. They shouldn't put more money and weapons to it. It begs the question. We have a map, the globe. Does anyone in Denmark can see that without Russia, Europe isn't considered to be Europe? How can they counter Russia if Russia is a part of the European continent? It means that they would like to oppose the European continent, but they cannot recognize that. The pretense for this policy is the unavoidable, as they say, Russian threat used by the Danish authorities and other EU political elites to distract attention of their public from growing social and economic problem. Subjugating of the dissenters. The expedited militarization will take place to the detriment of the European citizens. The consequences will be felt in the future, among the future generations, and it will mean that Western Europe lost their autonomy in the matter, and the EU is a part of NATO. And I'll remind you that the EU probably is a part of NATO, but NATO is managed by the Americans. It is the presidency will build up the aid to the neo-Nazi regime of Zelensky. It demonstrates lack of interest in peaceful political and diplomatic settlement of the Ukrainian conflict through removing its root causes. It provokes escalation of the conflict. They provoke the more victims and destruction, new military crimes against civilians and civil infrastructure. This alarmist military narrative, manipulation with the fear among the European population, and confrontation with Russia don't strengthen security in Europe. They only lead to more dividing lines on the continent. Security of Europe cannot be ensured without Russia. By a map to someone in Copenhagen attempts to circumvent Russia and to oppose our interests are futile. By the way, they have their own experts. They are crying out inside the EU, NATO space and try to draw attention not only to their own problems, but to the fact that they are expediting in this conflicts that they launched in Norway. It is not far from Denmark. A book of journalist Alf Jacobsen was published. It's called invisible energy war, from the killing of Kennedy to subversions on the Nord Streams. It features a number of proof that the West, led by the US, for several decades targetedly obstructed the development of the USSR and then Russia as a world energy power. The culmination of this destructive effort is the conflict in Ukraine and Nord Stream's explosions in September 2022. This terror attack against the Nord Streams was a planned operation funded from the by the Biden administration. The Western Europe and especially Germany was hurt by this. Based on certain facts, the book writes about the involvement of Norway into the subversions, and Russian oil and gas, I quote, played a decisive role in European well-being, end of quote. However, they are not grateful. Beneficial cooperation with Russia that has always supported and has always been a reliable supplier of energy to Europe fell victim to the ambitions of the politicians, simply because someone had political ambitions or some received bribes to organize this policy. I will tell you about the author of the book. It's quite an authoritative and well-known writer, Alf Jacobsen. He is well known because of his books about World War II. His books were published in Norwegian and English. I know that there will be Russian and Chinese translation available soon. The Western, if you would like to learn the opinion of people from the Western Europe, you can read this book. Now to one more fact of rewriting history. In May 25th, within the memorial events dedicated to the to the 80th anniversary of the victory in the World War II, in Herbert's house, there was a wreath-laying ceremony on the behalf of the ambassador of Russia to Germany as the General Consulate of Russia in Bonn and General Consul of Belarus in Munich. Several hours later, on the order of the management of this memorial complex, the ribbons with the national flags of Russia and Belarus were taken down. The prosecutor's office in Munich ruled that it was not a crime. But who can agree with this? What is this? What kind of new interpretation of the law from the Munich law enforcers, so to say? We cannot hope for them to be unbiased. But, however, they are obliged to know that there's a diplomatic immunity. It is applied to diplomatic and consulate representatives of foreign missions. They are infected with Russophobia, nationalism, and we always see nationalism against Belarusian people as well. And it's terrible for people who are in charge of the Dachau Memorial Complex. They are accomplices of abusing the world history. It was World War II, and the history of it is global. It's the world history. They're abusing the world history. We'll continue demanding their German authorities to bring to justice all those involved in this abuse of the state symbols of Russia. We call on Berlin to abandon the escalation and such a policy. There's good news from July 6 to 12. There's a anniversary international car ride between the cities of military glory of Russia and the Republic of Belarus. This event brings together of caring people in the Rostov region. The participants will visit the memorial complexes in Moscow, Rostov-on-Don, Tula, Kaluga, Smolensk, Vitebsk, Brest, Minsk, and other cities. A special attention will be given to the exhibition Diplomacy for the Sake of Peace. The culmination will take place on July 19th in Moscow and will feature a wreath-laying ceremony to the tomb of the unknown soldier in the Alexandrov Garden. The German ambassador, I imagine, a German ambassador comes to a memorial complex. The complex is dedicated to the memory of the heroes of the Great Patriotic War. For example, the Eternal Flame. And the ambassador of Germany or any other NATO country, as they usually have done and continue doing. They bring a wreath with ribbons in the colors of the national flag, because it is important for an ambassador. It's not a personal present or flower bouquet. They don't do it in their personal capacity, but they do it on the behalf of their country. And a NATO ambassador or a German ambassador put this wreath to the internal flame, to the tomb of the unknown soldier with the national symbols. They kneel after that, and they leave, and somebody come and take down the ribbons or other symbols. For example, some writings that are there. And this is a gesture of barbarism. Can you imagine something like that? So why don't you write about it in the German media? About how symbols of Russia and Belarus were taken down. These countries suffered huge losses in that war, and diplomatic representatives commemorated those victims. Why don't you write about it? Why don't you call on your compatriots at all levels to stop this frenzy that, first of all, will hit you and hurt you, but it will be too late. We continue following the international chess tournament. The first and second rounds were mentioned during our briefings of December 18th, 2024 and February 27th, 2025. On July 10th through 13th, Moscow will see the super final of this competition. This event will finalize a number of selective stages that took place from December 2024 to until June 2025. it will bring together more than 200 participants. This platform will unite the best young chess players from Russia and winners of the selective stages from countries of SCO and BRICS. There will be representatives from youth teams from Azerbaijan, Armenia, Belarus, Brazil, India, Kazakhstan, China, Uzbekistan, and other countries. Children from Kursk, Bryansk, Belgrade, Zaporozhye Oblast, and Donetsk People's Republic will also there. The ceremonies of inauguration and awarding ceremony of the winners will be participated by the representatives of the Council of Federation and the State Duma of the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation and a number of federal ministries. This tournament will be broadcast online and all the links will be available in the text of today's briefing. We invite chess players and media representatives to participate in this event. On July 12th, we celebrate the 65th anniversary, one of the leading camps in Russia, the All Russia Child Center Orleanik. It was opened in 1960 on the shore of the Black Sea in the Krasnodar region. It became a forgery of talents, the place where the stars of future scientists, artists, athletes, and diplomats start their careers. The children who go there learn the most important things: the love for the motherland, mutual respect, friendship without borders. In 2025, the camp was given the status the UNESCO associated school. This defines the humanitarian cultural function of the programs implemented in the center. But this is not it. It has unique educational programs. They hold festivals, sporting and cultural events. It maintains ties with other countries based on mutual respect, despite the unprecedented pressure on Russia from other countries. It is open for everyone. There is no unwillingness to interact with children only because of the country of origin. It has never been like this, and never will be. The camp will have a lot of children every year from the countries, from the neighboring countries and from all regions of the Russian Federation. We're proud that this camp continues traditions based on good neighborly relations, mutual help, humanism. We are sure that the center will continue being like this. We congratulate the management and the teachers of this wonderful camp, Orleanik.
Еще одна важная дата, 17
June 17th, we celebrate 60 years of the establishment of the diplomatic relations between the Gambia and Russia. We're connected by friendly relations based on mutual respect and consideration of each other's interests. It's symbolic that it is 2025 that marks the opening of the Russian embassy in the Gambia. We hope that will give additional impetus to the development of bilateral ties in the current world. We hope that the foreign mission will help to step up mutual cooperation in different areas. Currently, Russia and the Gambia maintain a sustainable political dialogue. They coordinate their actions at the UN and other international platforms. Last year, let me remind you, a working visit was effected by Gambian foreign minister to Russia. Steps are being taken to expand bilateral cooperation in trade, economic and investment areas. And the Russian economic operators are aided in entering the Gambian market. The cooperation in personnel training is also rising. The quota allocated by the Russian state to the Gambia was increased until 15 places. We are convinced that by joint efforts we can ensure further progressive development of the whole complex of mutually beneficial Russian-Gambian ties to the benefit of both countries to ensure peace, security and stability on the African continent. Do we have International Life with us? Yes, Madam Zakharova, good afternoon. How can you comment on Ukrainian activities to leave the Ottawa Convention on anti-personnel mines ban, taking into account especially that according to this treaty, the country party to the convention cannot leave the convention while it's still part of the conflict? Let me remind you that Russia is not part of this convention, just for you to understand. In accordance with the convention on the prohibition of the use, stockpiling, production and transfer of anti-personnel mines and on their destruction for the state that is party to this conflict and is engaged in an armed conflict, the decision on abandoning the convention only enters into force following the end of the aforementioned armed conflict. We believe that this provision can completely be applied to the process of abandoning the Ottawa Treaty. At the same time, the obligations under the conventions have not been followed by Kiev before the decision. According to the requirements, Ukraine had to, as early as 2010, destroy all its reserves of anti-personnel mines with exclusion of minimal quantity that is required to elaborate methods of revealing mines and train specialists, but Ukraine did not do so. The Kiev regime is using anti-personnel mines against civilians, and it has been recorded by Russian law enforcement agencies, and we're informing you on that. But the aforementioned violations of the Ottawa Treaty have not been properly assessed on the part of the convention parties, including during its 5th review conference that took part in Cambodia in November last year in Siem Reap. Some countries have been encouraged the Kiev regime to do that. Ukraine has not been adhering to its obligations under the convention. It only reaffirms our assessments of the weakness and reliability of its regime. The convention does not have any leverage to impact countries that evade compliance with its provisions. The decision of Kiev to abandon the convention followed similar steps taken by Poland, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, goes in line with the policies of the collective West and its satellites to revise and undermine international legal system in arms control area, in disarmament and non-proliferation. They are even more loud about their own security, but they're requiring others to follow the line of international legal requirements. They make up non-existent accusations. But look at them. They just follow their own judgment and they base that on their own wishes. It's more than that. They make up myths and propagate fakes, and the consequences will escalate the situation on the European continent even further. And Brussels cares so much about that, but only in words, not in deed. It will further degrade the situation in regional and global security. Thank you very much. Do we have Russia Today with us? Good afternoon, Madam Zakharova. Can you comment on Alexander Stubb's statement on the ability of Russians to sustain injuries and pain? I can only second these words, but not in my personal capacity. But I want to do that based on the quote from the text that we often hear. Alexander Suvorov is being quoted very frequently. Here's a quote that I'd like to give you in full. Not a concise version, not one sentence, but I'd like to give you the whole quote that reflects his philosophy. It's in the canteen of a convent dedicated to Saint Joseph during the fall of 1999. It is contained in the Prince Bagration's speech, but it was reflected in the book of a colonel, Mr. Starkov, who was part of the military combat mission. 1748. Accounts of an old soldier, part of Suvorov's army. The book was published in Moscow by the Moskvitanian publishing house. Nobody doubted this information, ever. Alexander Suvorov said the following, and I directly quote him, on the basis of Bagration's notes. To go back is a shame. That would mean to retrieve. Russians and I have never retreated. Mountains are around us. We are in the mountains. We will be encircled by a strong enemy who would be proud of their victory. Peter, even as early as Peter the Great was in power, the Russian troops were never in that dire position as we are now. We have always emerged victorious, and the glory of Russia has been shining for over 80 years, represented by its banners. And this glory was everywhere, from the east to the west, and the enemy was afraid of Russia, and the protection was given to Russia by its allies. But Peter the Great was one of the greatest czars who ever lived. Peter I was wronged by Austria. The governor it's a betrayal. They have shed a lot of blood. We cannot expect any help from anyone. We only have hope for God and for our great bravery and for self-serving attitude of our troops led by you. Only this is what we have. We are on the brink of a precipice. We are Russians and God is with us. If only Suvorov knew that he was giving this fundamental speech a couple of years, couple of months, I would say, couple of days before he emerged glorious. But 145 years before we emerged victorious in the Great Patriotic War. But then we were liberating Austria once again. Who would have thought that 100 years later, the history repeats itself? We see again an act of betrayal on the part of those who we had liberated, given our lives for their liberation. So Stub is correct in saying his words. It's part of our history. It's part of our blood. It's part of our life philosophy, in our faith, and of course of our future. Thank you. We have Izvestia with us. Good afternoon, Madam Zakharova. We have two questions. Donald Trump said that countries that support BRICS policies will be subject to additional trade tariffs, 10% tariffs. What's the stance of Russia to protect its interests in the light of possible economic sanctions? You said you had two questions. I only have one. It's the previous administration that the blame should be put on. Why should others bear responsibility for their actions? We see what American economy is like now, to what level it was brought. Liberal Democrats in the U.S. mocked common sense, their own economy, their own people. So why should the whole world pay for those things? Why shouldn't we ask Obama or Biden a couple of, percent from their pensions, from their profits, to cover damage and costs? We see what the situation is like now in the United States, and President Trump wants to revive the country to make it great again. Why should other peoples pay for these mistakes? Those peoples were exploited for centuries, and now they're still indebted, allegedly, to the West. I don't think this question should remain a rhetorical one. I think a concrete answer should be given to it. We carefully follow the U.S. actions in their trade policies, including the imposition of new duties with regard to a number of countries, including our partners within BRICS. This rhetoric reaffirms once again that the U.S. continues to use trade and economic tools, be that illegitimate sanctions or be that tariffs, whatever, as an element of political pressure, hiding behind slogans about fair competition and national security. Of course, we are forced to posit, regrettably, that this line leads to the destruction of the architecture of international economic cooperation, flagrantly violate WTO rules, and Washington, as very recently was insisting on the universal truth, the WTO as a universal truth, but it does not serve the interest of the United States. They should increase their competitive edge from within. They should seek internal reserves to overcome their crisis instead of solving their problems at the expense of others. Radical and unjustified increase in customs duties by the largest economy in the world undoubtedly carries huge risks for the global economy, and their consequences will be perceived by all countries. The global inflation will grow as the result of restructuring supply chains and altering trade flow geography. You will see structural imbalances and a decline in labor productivity, increased volatility on financial and energy markets. Ultimately, this will lead the world to a global recession. In Rio de Janeiro, BRICS summit just concluded, and all member states of these associations stand in solidarity in their assessments, and they have voiced concerns with regard to the increased tariff and non-tariff measures. As far as the consequence for Russia goes, we have been living in the conditions of restrictions, barriers, and sanctions regimes, illegitimate sanctions. It has now turned into a trade war against Russia. In this regard, we have a unique expertise of adapting and sustainably developing against this external pressure. Russia will continue to strengthen its economic sovereignty and step up its cooperation with states which are aiming their policies at rational approach and sound pragmatism, and of course at respecting international law and international law. Ukraine, according to Bild, is asking for billions of arms. They asked for thousands of guided missiles, for mid-range IRIS-T SLMN missiles, and 500 guided missiles for IRIS-T SLS, and 200,000 munitions, 40-millimeter caliber munitions to fight Russian drones. What consequences do you see for the regional security, and what measures is Russia going to take to retaliate to the potential supplies of armaments to Ukraine? You can see how they hide these words with the attempts to protect the Ukrainian sovereignty. Although they have trampled it themselves by using these measures, they're destroying Ukrainians and killing Ukrainians and the country. It will not be influencing any goals of the special military operation. It will only strengthen our goals to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. But you know, in this context, there is another reason for a surprise. The current military and political situation in Europe, and we have repeatedly told about it, resembles resurgent revanchism of Kaiser and then later Hitler's Germany. That ultimately led to 2 world wars and to detrimental consequences of these wars that affected the European continent and the global state of affairs and balance of powers, and led the world to a lot of bad things. And that was happening beyond Europe.
And now the situation is repeating itself. And the circumstances that we all know connected with the financial and material things of German militarism, when European cataclysms contributed to the growth of the economy and shaping of the unipolar global model. This is the model that the West is trying to preserve by all means, creating by the expense of the former Warsaw states and fraternal states. They are still fraternal, but before we were united by one association in the Soviet Union, including Ukraine. Besides their work against our country, and their intents to inflict a strategic defeat on Russia. Each time we speak that they should have a common sense over there to see the results from the actions of destruction of European security by NATO violations, the balance of power which is fragile, and violations of the global security. At the same time, we see how the society and political circles and white population of those countries, they have more and more questions and more demands to preserve their interests in security. And to replace this Russophobic movement and this nationalism and historical problems, we should get a new philosophy. Each time Western Europe, and not only there, where the growth of nationalism, Nazi ideas were growing there, everything finished, and you know the result. I spoke about that today. And we would like to not lead the situation as it was in the past, in history. They should think in advance. Sinqua agency, are you with us? Hello, Maria Vladimirovna. I have a question. 17th BRICS summit. They said that during the summit, Donald Trump criticized BRICS for conducting anti-American policy and stopped relations with other countries that support BRICS politics. Would you comment on that? What can you say about the role of China and Russia within BRICS? Thank you. If I understand correctly, the question has to do with the BRICS summit and the reaction from Washington that it caused. I think that this part of the question, I covered this question when presented the materials and information to your colleagues from Izvestia agency in the conditions of transformation of geopolitical landscape. Our Russia-Chinese bilateral relations of the entire partnership, this is the character of our partnership and strategic cooperation. They continue to develop dynamically and demonstrate adaptability and stress resistant to the changing circumstances. The cooperation of Russia and China within BRICS and in general is not directed against any other, that I dwelled on this issue in detail today. At the same time, I would like to underline that our cooperation between Russia and China has a creative nature, focused on strengthening the social, political, and human potential, and to support the solution of real issues of the developing countries. We plan to focus our efforts on the resolution of these very tasks, and it's obvious that there is an interest to our association, to the BRICS association, and not only BRICS, there are other associations. BRICS have become an association that attracts more attention, and it is not because we want to infuriate somebody. They were aggressive from the very beginning, and they came to the understanding that the aggressive manner is not justified, and we have something to say. We are strong, we're stronger, but not through aggression, through the constructive, creative approach, and this is what we demonstrated. The cooperation in financial area is one of the key areas within BRICS. Work in this area is have been conducted for a long time, not only through one meeting of the ministers to another. It's an everyday work of experts. All states of our association are aimed at gaining tangible results, and this was reflected in the 17th declaration of the summit. BRICS, as for the BRICS, our countries were at the beginning of this association, and the joint efforts between Russia and China is a great contribution of creating favorable conditions for steadily development of all states within BRICS, shaping a balanced multipolar world order that will reflect the interests of all without exception. Further expansion of cooperation of the association of our countries is viewed in one direction, and there is we say that we are together, go through all the hardships. So we conduct a consecutive work with China as one of the pillar mechanism in this area. One of the main tasks is to increase the role of the developing countries with the developing market of the international institutions. Another thing I would like to mention, this is a BRICS that takes into account the voice of the global majority and not any other institution. It is not an association of countries showing off their achievements to those who are just on the way to their own economic achievements. Our desires are aimed at helping to the global majority. Thank you, Media Corporation of China. We had two questions. You replied one of our questions, and I would like to ask the second. USA is going to say additional arms to Ukraine, which was said in the Pentagon webpage. What can Russia say about this decision? How will it affect the supply? How will the further supply of American weapons to Ukraine affect the peace negotiations? Once again, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that I have covered some of these questions. I would like to say that it was covered in detail by the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the press conference by the results of the BRICS summit. You can see the text on the webpage, and there is a video there as well. I would like to read the words of the minister that the president of the USA is not concealing its intentions and preserving the interests of its country in investment and economic area. As for the BRICS financial area, Lavrov said that this issue was not covered at the BRICS summit, but the national currency topic was discussed. New platform for transactions, transnational payment instruments. Vladimir Putin at the Rio summit gave the number of 90%. This is what is covered by the transactions with our partners within BRICS, payments in local currency. As for the reduction of the dollar, of the role of dollar in the monetary and financial system, it was the initiative of the Biden president. It was him who started to disconnect countries from the International American Payment Institute. It was him who insisted, and it was his team who disconnected Russia that had the distributed network of connections with other countries in the world, and he proposed to disconnect other countries from the payment system, the transaction system of transactions. Why should they be surprised now that the countries do not want to be victims of international disputes? We have a trade on the basis of international law and bilateral relations agreements. This is a legal trade that has never had any problems, but it's a obstacle for the United States, and that is why it became an object of aggression from their side. And just because they could not do anything, they started threatening with the prohibition of the use of the international payment system, and that is why other countries started to find other options. And the reduction of the role of dollar is the merit of the president of Biden, and the current administration should address the questions to that administration. They should calculate their damages and raise their case about this issue. Why should the global majority worry about that? And the number of transactions in local currency is growing all over the world, and it's not BRICS or Russia. There is no question about the cancellation of using dollar at all and transactions in dollar. And the speculations on the only global currency, they do not support any critics, as if there is no other currency and other currencies are not used at all. We support multi-currency world with equal access to payment instruments necessary for legal trade on the basis of the international law, on the basis of the national law. Thank you. I would like to ask the second question. The United States is planning to send additional arms. It was mentioned, it has been mentioned already. I would like to clarify if there are any additions. How can Russia comment this decision, and how it how will the continuation of the supply of weapons to Ukraine will affect the peaceful agreement, the peaceful negotiations? I would like to clarify if I understand correctly. You're asking about the supply of arms by the United States to Ukraine. Correct? Yes, correct. I spoke about that shortly. We hear different announcements from the United States about the supply of arms to Ukraine. Trump said that first that they plan to spend additional defense arms to Ukraine. The press secretary of the White House explained the reason of the pause in shipment of the American weapons. It was related to the check of the Pentagon of the military assistance provided to that the United States provides to countries all over the world, not only Ukraine. It's a norm, and that is why they conduct these checks. And recently, the media of the United States said that the main reason of this pause in shipment of arms to the Ukrainian regime was the suppletion of arms in Pentagon, and now they started again the talks about the additional supply of arms to Ukraine. I think that we should stop this exercise of sophisticated speeches. And we know that the Pentagon is interested in supplying arms to Ukraine. We've said in multiple occasions that supply arms to Zelensky will prolong the war and will lead to destruction of Ukraine and the Ukrainians. It increases the risk of an uncontrolled escalation of the conflict itself, uncontrolled spreading of arms, sending into the hands of terrorists, and does not contribute to resolution of the conflict in Ukraine, which is often said by the President Trump in his speeches. I would like to say that the pumping of Ukraine with arms in such scale supports its corruption and serves as an impetus to steal the resources and steal the arms. And it was confirmed by the facts. Why do they steal the arms provided by the West? They need these arms in Kiev to sell it illegally to the terrorist structures, and they were caught on this in multiple occasions. Those who take decisions in the West should see the results of their actions, and they should understand that this is their arms that kill civilians, and they should not be surprised taking these decisions that these arms will be used against them by terrorists. Thank you. Reiter. Maria Vladimirovna, we are here. We have a question about Afghanistan. And Russia recognized new authorities of Afghanistan, and this regard is a roadmap of in Russia to develop relations with Afghanistan. And what are the actions and agreements that we shall expect from Moscow? And what can do Moscow to help Kabul to strengthen regional security, which was mentioned when Russia recognized the government. We have some distortions. I would like to clarify if you're talking about the Afghanistan and roadmap and the prospects. Thank you. I should say that the priorities and practical steps of cooperation between our countries are started by the parties long before the ceremony of the recognition of the government, and the delegation of Afghanistan was informed during the forum Russia Islamic World in Kazan, 13-18 May of this year, And at the field of this forum, of this event, a business forum took place between Russia and Afghanistan. I'm sure that you followed this event, and you can see the materials of this international events. The answer to your question contained in those materials. Now we are working thoroughly on economic and business cooperation in transport, agriculture, infrastructure, and other projects. Also, besides, we are going to develop cultural and humanitarian ties in security. We are talking about assistance in fighting against terrorism and drug trafficking. Our experts note progress of Afghans on stabilization in the country and drug trafficking. According to the data of the UN, comparing with 2021, I will remind that at that time Taliban came to power. In 2024, the field of poppy seeds decreased 14 times. There is a concrete number from 177,000 in 2025 to 12.8 tons of hectares in 2024. I would like to remind you the numbers. You know it perfectly. Until 2024, it was 20 years that this territory was under control of the United States and NATO. And you remember the lack of, that there is no answer. What was taken by NATO, by planes of the NATO when they were leaving Afghanistan? Next question, newsroom. Hello, Maria Vladimirovna. Yes, we're here. On Monday, Brazil finalized BRICS summit, where head of the ministry took place, Sergei Lavrov. At the sidelines, he had a number of meetings. What are the results of this forum for Russia?
I would like to specify, you're talking about the outcomes of the BRICS forum. Yes, key for Russia. We talked about it a lot today, and I'll remind you briefly some things. The press conference of Sergei Lavrov lasted about 40 minutes. He talked about in great detail about the work of the Russian delegation and the participation in the summit, as well as about bilateral negotiations. The text is available on the website. The meeting was very representative, and a lot of people were there, almost 30 countries, including representatives of the global South and East, including those presiding in regional associations and leaders of the UN Secretariats, the World Health Organization, World Trade Organization, and bilateral development banks. This facilitates the strengthening of the voice of the association. This was said by the President Vladimir Putin. This voice supports the just and sustainable polycentric world order on the basis of the principles of the UN Charter. Those are the ideas that you won't hear in the Western platforms. Those are the words and wordings long forgotten there. This is the language of cultural and mutual respectful interaction that is banned in the Western minority. Even more, this is a combination of prospects of a polycentric world order with the traditions of the international law, the UN Charter, the United Nations itself. That is why I can say that the discussions identified close stances of the majority of participants to the majority of international issues. We are grateful for balanced positions on the Ukrainian conflict, support the necessity to remove the root causes of this conflicts and the strong condemnation of terror attacks on the railroads and bridges in the Kursk, Bryansk and Voronezh regions of the Russian Federation May-June this year, leading to numerous victims among civilians. These were ideas cannot be heard on the Western platforms, and BRICS has a voice to say this at the global level. We would like the Brazil presidency to continue with the ideas of the Russian presidency and the agreements that were reached in Kazan following the 16th summit of the associations. First of all, I'm talking about the involvement of the partner countries to various ministerial and expert mechanisms within the associations. There's more work on a trans-border payment initiative of BRICS, building up the capabilities of BRICS participants, the use of the national currencies in mutual settlements, establishment of a new investment platform, establishment of associations of special economic zones in the countries of the association, the grain exchange of BRICS, and others. We proceed from the fact that mechanisms established within the association support the efforts of our national countries. To be honest, the terms are the same, the notions are the same. They're enshrined at the international in international documents, and they're used at international platforms. But in Asia, they use the word developing amid the recessions that Western countries suffer from, and they call themselves developed countries. We kept you informed on the sidelines of the summit. Had a number of bilateral meetings with President of Bolivia, Prime Minister of Vietnam, his counterparts from Belarus, Brazil, India, Iran, Mexico, Turkey, and General Director of the WTO. There were also contacts, as diplomats say, in the working manner. Is Bold News with us? Good afternoon, Madam Zakharova. The Baltic countries are known for their militarist position. The tracks involve mobilization, planning, and coordination, support of allies in line with the defense plans, organization of joint military exercises. Besides, in September 2025, together with the Russia, Belarus exercise West 2025, there were other exercises. What does the foreign ministry think about whether the Baltic states is the military and diplomatic center of NATO? We would like to see how they finally are prosperous countries, how they are developing. As a result, they have a terrible role. It's not even a role, it's a function. It's a function in this Russophobe performance. That is to be aggressive triad, aggressive members of NATO that have no personal agenda, no national interests. They should, day by day, hype up hatred, set peoples and countries against each other, and hype up the hatred narratives. This is their function. Everything is forgotten. The economy, industry, production, science, arts, everything is gone. They abandoned even those things they had. There is only aggression as a function of these regimes. And their main idea, the policy that they're pursuing, that they must pursue, is a terrible threat coming from Russia. They support and rationalize, promote all friendly initiatives of NATO, the EU, the Council of Europe, and so on and so forth. These regimes give their territory for forward deployed forces of NATO, but who wants this in their countries? Lithuania implements plans to deploy a separate brigade of Germany. There's a military training exercises close to their borders. One of the most outrageous examples is a large-scale multinational exercise of the alliance on the territory of the Baltic states in Poland, Griffin Light in 2025. During the stages, the so-called stages, the so-called exercises in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland, they trained the offensive operation in the Baltic theater of operations. Just think about it. They trained the storming of the Kaliningrad region. What kind of defense alliance is this, if they do something like that? When we say countries, we mean regimes in the Baltic states. They are eager to spearhead the confrontation with our country. They destroy the remains of the balance of stability, and they are asking for it. The additional tensions on the Russian borders does not reflect the interest of their own security and stability. Thanks to you. Thank you. Is Author E with us? Good afternoon, Madam Zakharova. We have one question today. Evgenia Gutsul, she's she's under house arrest. She is expected on August the it is expected that on August the 5th the court will deliver the verdict on her case. Her supporters and members of her party are experience persecution, political persecution. What can I say about it? We follow closely the situation in the Moldova in general, and this top profile case in particular, the situation with the violation of human rights and basic legality is of character of the Sound regime. Those who support the constructive dialogue with Russia come under attack. All of this is accompanied with accusations against our country in attempts to interfere into internal affairs of Moldova. These proceedings against the legally elected head of the Gagauz Republic, Evgenia Gutsul, is an act of violence. A criminal case is considered by everyone for an artificial. Ordinary people see that the case is falling apart. Since April the 9th, she's under house arrest, and it is an attempt to threaten and to obstruct her activities in the run-up to the elections to the Parliament of Moldova. De facto, they try to strip people of their constitutional rights. We cannot expect that Chisinau will abandon such methods. The elections are scheduled on September the 28th, and these trends will only continue. Such actions of the local authorities cause outrage among the locals. The demand to give her sentence in prison for 9 years caused outrage. The actions of the Moldovan authorities against Evgenia Gutsul led to polarization and division in the Moldovan society. They talked many times that she undermines the national security, she acts against the country, she doesn't respect the country. But who renamed the Moldovan language? Who rename Moldovans into Romanians? Who does everything to destroy the Moldovan identity? It is Sandu. Maybe it is her who should be given 9 years in prison. These are the facts to destroy the Moldovan identity, culture, authenticity, and conscience. I'm not even talking about history. Who refuses people in Moldova now in honoring the heroic deed of their ancestors? Who rewrites the history? It is them who should be given 9 years in prison. It is surprising. It is cynical. The authorities of the country attempt to accuse Russia of everything, who allegedly encourage protests in the country. Imagine a country where authorities come and say that there is no such a language as the Moldovan language, or the national language, the local language, that there is no such nationality. That's what happened in Ukraine. The internal conflict that turned out to be horrendous. People in Moldova are prohibited to think that they are Moldovans. Understand that they ceased being Moldovans for some reason. All the responsibility for internal political situation in Moldova is on the authorities in the country and the West. We cannot even talk about the stability in the country because Sandu got the situation very unstable. International structures that no one really hoped for anymore should know what's going on there. They talk about human rights, but they don't see very specific problems in the zone of their responsibility. Is Ukraine.ru with us? Good afternoon, Madam Zakharova. My name is Anna Cherkasova. I represent Ukraine.ru. I have the following questions. On July the 8th, during the session of the Human Rights Council, the consensus resolution was adopted. In your opinion, how can this document be useful in protection of journalists from illegal actions? I would like to say that this document was introduced to the review of the Human Rights Council by the Western countries. Those very countries at another platform, the international platform, for example at UNESCO, had a drastically different stance when they had to talk about the security of journalists. in a very practical manner, just to enumerate, to name a list of journalists killed, who were killed by the militants who targeted journalists and killed them, or maimed those journalists. Those actions should be qualified as terror attack, and our country qualified them as such. Think about it, remember about it. I mean, the cases of Daria Dugina, Vladimir Tatarsky, the explosions of Zakhar Prilepin, who survived by miracle and lost a friend to the terror attack. Where were all those representatives of the EU countries who did everything they could, so that in a similar document but at another platform, to disregard, to keep a blind eye on the situation. This document was also introduced by the Kiev regime. They attempted to be involved in this as well. Those who directly responsible for the degradation of the situation around the situation and the protection of journalists and to free access to information, tried to show themselves as advocates of freedom and security. This is a world of post-truth. The authors of the resolution say that they care about the this problem. I mean, those who marginalize journalists, persecute them. And I mean, not only journalists from Russia themselves, but even their families and their children. They write that they care about it. Is it the Kiev regime who target the journalists, the media outlets, correspondents, and made them their target? They're proud of this. They keep a list of the killed journalists and correspondents.
At the same time, many of them are conducting the policy that they do not allegedly do on paper. A lot of co-sponsors of these resolutions, but over 30 countries impose sanctions against Russian media, banning their operations on their territory. How did they dare do that, to initiate such a document? A flagrant demonstration of double standards and hypocrisy is the presence of Kiev regime representatives that suppress any dissent and persecute public figures, journalists, reporters. It's beyond comprehension. Nobody is bothered by that. In the opposite case, instead of promoting the resolution that has nothing to do with the real state of affairs in the countries, that better concentrate on qualifying the Kiev regime crimes against journalists and civilians. They have to rectify the situation in their media, and they have to stop financing the Kiev regime that kills those journalists. The documents that I've just mentioned, or similar documents to the resolution that we're talking about, can play a positive role. However, only in the case when behind the wordings of them are real determination of the authors to solve the issues in this regard, not by the desire to conceal their crimes and their shameful crimes by these papers. This resolution, promoted by Westerners, serves as a way to lie to their populations with regard to their own crimes. Every day, every briefing, we state the lack of reaction to atrocities against reporters. And we see this strategic silencing by relevant structures, including the High Commission of Human Rights, of these numerous crimes against reporters. All these facts have been carefully documented and have been submitted to consideration. The High Commissioner for Human Rights and other international institutes that protect journalists should carefully look at the content of reports of the Ombudsman of the Russian Federation for Human Rights. These reports touch upon the second joint report on Russian and Belarusian foreign ministries on the crimes against civilians. It has been published in both Russian and English. They should also look into the document titled Repression Against Russian Journalists. We update it in real time, and it represents a real situation on how journalists' rights are being ensured by Westerners and the Kiev regime, sponsored by the West. Thank you. Thank you. Do we have Kyodo Tsusim with us? Good afternoon, Madam Zakharova. I have a question regarding Afghanistan. It's kind of similar to the question from Reuters. Last week, we learned that the Russian Federation recognized the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. How can you comment on the recognizing the Emirate? We have given an assessment to this regard, and I think it would be incorrect to speak about modifying the Russian position. Russia has steadily advocated the mutual beneficial cooperation with Afghanistan to the benefit of both peoples. The factors that define our positions, and these factors are evident. Afghanistan has a unique geostrategic location and can in the future become a connecting link in implementing large-scale energy and infrastructure projects. In demand is the contribution of Kabul to solve regional security issues, including issues of illicit drug trafficking and terrorism. I'd like to say once again the following, namely the centuries-old cultural and historical ties between our countries. We regularly highlight this topic. That's why the decision of the Supreme Court paved the way to establish a full-fledged partnership with the authorities in Kabul. The credentials were also provided, and I think it has strengthened the trend that has been evident over the past couple of years. Thank you very much. Thank you. Do we have Lenta Ru with us? Yes, Madam Zakharova, hello. We have only one question to you today. How does Russia assess the prospects of establishing relations, better relations with Azerbaijan after the situation around the detention of Russian journalists, and what signals does Baku send? We maintain contacts with Azerbaijan in this regard, according through our law enforcement agencies, and we believe that diplomatic and political channels should be used to solve this issue. That's our approach, and this approach serves the core interests of our countries. Thank you very much. Do we have Anadolu with us? Yes, Madam Zakharova. We only have one question today. Will Russia and Ukraine conclude humanitarian procedures agreed upon on June 3rd in Istanbul? And the President called these exchanges a prerequisite for the next round of negotiations. Did Ukraine offer any dates for such a new round of negotiations? You have used some veiled wordings to hide your real question that is on the surface. Is there a real date for the third round of negotiations? When it is set, we will inform you on that date once corresponding agreements are reached. Thank you very much. And of course, please follow the information coming from the head of the delegation, Mr. Medinsky. Do we have Almaydin with us? I represent Almaydin. Good afternoon, Madam Zakharova. Thanks to good relations with all countries, including the United States, what role can be played by Russia to de-escalate the situation in the Middle East? Russian Minister Sergei Lavrov responded to this question during his press conference in Rio de Janeiro on July 7th. The text is available on our website. As far as removing the concerns goes with regard to Iran nuclear program, everything is in force. We are a permanent member at the UN. We can use that in our national status to do everything so that our friends and partners in the region live in peace and have good neighborly relations. Efforts to de-escalate the tensions, given the conflict and tensions can be repeated between Israel and Iran, and given the bloodshed in the West Bank and in Gaza, the armed conflicts in Sudan, Yemen, and other flashpoints. So given all of that, we are making every effort to de-escalate. That's our only objective. You have rightly pointed out that we have trust-based and close relations with Middle East countries. We maintain dialogue with all our partners, and we encourage them to use political and diplomatic channels to solve the conflicts. We help the conflicting parties to converge their positions, and if there is an interest on their part and on the part of other influencing parties, including the U.S., to constructively cooperate with us in the strategically important region, well, we never refuse any contacts to work jointly, including at the United Nations. Thank you. Do we have Verelk with us? Good afternoon, Madam Zakharova. I have three questions today. On July 7th, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs Mikhail Galuzin held a meeting with an Armenian ambassador in Moscow, Mr. Arsenan. In Foreign Ministry's report, there was information that they discussed a number of questions of bilateral relations and regional agenda, including comparing notes on the schedule of upcoming Russian-Armenian contacts. What contacts are mentioned there, and do the countries plan any reciprocal visits of officials to Moscow or Yerevan? You know that we have close relations between our countries and between our peoples, so our bilateral dialogue is quite multifaceted in nature. A couple of visits, high-level visits, have taken place so far since the beginning of the year. We always inform you on the visits and contacts when they are coordinated and there is understanding that they can be announced. So as soon as we are able to inform you on the contacts, we will do so. Last week, another case of banning Russian citizens to enter Armenia took place. Ex-Senator Franz Klintsevich, I'd like to know whether this question was discussed during the talks with the ambassador. What's the result? Of course, we do not only discuss it behind closed doors, but also publicly. The issue of stop lists with regard to Armenia requires commenting on a frequent basis. We consider the ban for our citizens to enter the country as an unfriendly state that runs counter to the allied character, to the friendly character of Russian-Armenian cooperations. We have repeatedly called upon our Armenian partners to stop this vicious practice. This issue was discussed during Sergei Lavrov's visit to the Republic in May this year. The Armenian side was proposed certain steps, so we are expecting a response from Yerevan. Last question. The other day, Russian Telegram channels published a document on the court verdict of the Ukrainian court verdict with regard to contracts between Ukrainian Special Export Arms Trading Company and Azerbaijan that were signed after the beginning of the special military operation. Can you please comment on deliveries affected by Azerbaijan to the Kiev regime, to Kiev? You just mentioned some Telegram channels that describe something that is happening in Ukraine. I'm just going to give you a general answer. Take any state, private businesses, state level, as far as deliveries go, arms deliveries to the terrorist Kiev regime, you know our positions very, very well. Any information, any reports that are connected to this are verified very carefully, especially when we're talking about unfriendly countries. If the discussion is around the countries that we maintain a trust-based dialogue with, that we have that we're allies with, of course, we raise these questions, we discuss them with these allies, and we work and we're talking about, and we work on the diminishing the damage, the detriment, and this is the damage to international peace and security. Thank you very much. Let me underline this. Delivering or supplying the Kiev regime with weapons, meaning just nurturing the terrorists. Those countries which do that sell the weapons that will be distributed further across the globe. These weapons are used to kill children, civilians, in a targeted manner. Those are not accidental deaths. The West says the following: collateral damage, or collateral losses, as they say. No, it's not the case. They launch targeted strikes, killing civilians, both adults and children. Do we have Greater Asia with us? Please accept sincere congratulations on receiving the Best Manager Award. I was one of many, you know, but thank you very much for your words. I think that, to a larger extent, it reflects not my personal accomplishments, but the work of the ministry towards the openness for journalists and the public. This is the approach, and this is the level set by Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, and we are trying to do our best to implement these values. Well, the professional community has given the credit for us, to us for it. You are a renowned sinologist. You defended your PhD thesis by researching transformation in the interpretation of traditional New Year celebration symbolism in modern China, and you have focused on the last quarter of the 20th century. This year I graduated from the Institute of Asian and African Studies of Moscow State University, and I'm specializing in China. It is known that you used to live in China for a long time, and you know the language of this country and the culture of China. Based on your personal experience and the years that you spent in China, did your experience help you somehow in your country, and what should a person know about China who wants to be friends with China? I think you have exaggerated my accomplishments as far as China and the language go. Regardless of who you're friends with, you should understand what a real friendship is like. Some people treat it lightly, you know, like an acquaintance. The friendship, and there's a good quote for it. It's a 24/7, round-the-clock thing. It's a real love, a genuine affection. It's, you know, being ready to take self-sacrifices. It means being genuine, being frank. Friendship is an special accomplishment of humankind, and I think it might be attributed to or added to the list of traditional values that we should impart on future generations. It doesn't matter who we're talking about, person or social group, when they are looking at the friendship with someone, they should first understand what they're talking about. Your media outlet is called Greater Asia. With regard to Asia, I think we can hold a separate conversation during a conversation, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. If you don't have any other questions, thank you very much. Goodbye.